Good evening and welcome to the January 16th meeting of the East Point City Council. Madam Deputy City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Shropshire is here. Councilmember Freely.
Here.
Councilmember Renee is absent. Councilmember Ziegler.
Present.
Councilmember Cummings. Councilmember Mitchell. Councilmember Butler. And Councilmember Dr. Martin Rogers. Madam Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you so much. We will have the invocation by Reverend Michael Stinson of East Point First Mile United Methodist Church, followed by the pledge to the flag. Please stand.
As I was coming today, I was trying to figure out where to come from. I thought about going into the promised land with Joshua because there was a new leader, but there weren't several new leaders. And there was not a band of established leaders. I thought about the book of Acts, where in the 6th chapter, where they got 6 new people to serve one part of the population, but they didn't serve all the population. So I ended up with Paul's letter to the church at Philippi, the 2nd chapter, verses 1 through 5. Hear these words written by Paul. Therefore, if you have any encouragement from being united with Christ, any comfort from his love, if any common sharing in the Spirit, if any tenderness and compassion, then make my joy complete by being like-minded, having the same love, being one in spirit and of one mind. Do nothing out of selfish ambition or vain conceit. Rather, in humility, value others above yourselves, not looking to your own interests, but each of you to the interests of the others. This is the word of God for us, the people of God. Thanks be to God. As I read those words, I thought about the challenges that you have in front of you to be servant leaders. There was an election recently, and the voters spoke up loud and clear. There were not 2 people elected and 2 people re-elected. There were 4 new people who came on slate. And so they spoke that they wanted something different. They wanted some change. The status quo was not good enough. So as you go forth in 2024, this is not only for the new people, for the people who are already here. The status quo is not good enough. They need more. They want more. So as you go forth and make decisions, don't make it out of vain conceit. It's not about you. It's about the people. It's not about your district, your ward. It's about the entire city of East Point. So as we go forth today in this meeting and throughout the year, remember to put Christ first, the people of the city of East Point after that, and God will bless you. Won't you join me in prayer? Oh Lord our God, we give you thanks for the beauty of this evening. Although the weather is cold, we know that you warm our hearts. And as we go into a new year, we know that you never change. You're the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow. But Lord, you're continually to do new things. You even tell us in the word, ask us, can we perceive it? So Lord, we come seeking your guidance, seeking your wisdom, seeking your plan for the city of East Point. Allow this committee, oh Lord, this council, to follow you in all that they do, that you may be lifted up, that East Point will be a beacon of light that will welcome others to come to this city. It will grow, multiply by your hand and by your wish. It's in the mighty name of Jesus we pray and ask it all. Amen.
Our Sergeant at Arms this evening is Captain Robinson. Thank you so much for your service tonight. First up, we have Morehouse School of Medicine, MHC East Point Clinic and updates on efforts to advance health equity. Presentation by Megan Douglas, Associate Professor at Morehouse School of Medicine. I'm gonna ask her to come forward.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to say that I'm accompanied by two Morehouse School of Medicine leaders who will also present tonight. I'm going to hand it to Dr. Tabia Akintobi first.
Thank you so much, Attorney Douglas. Mayor Ingram, thank you for the opportunity, and thanks to all of the members of the council, some of whom we've engaged earlier on, to just demonstrate our commitment. And our commitment is to do a few things that Attorney Douglas has started. We're clear that to advance the health of East Point and any other community, there are at least 3 types of partners that need to be engaged. Number one, policymakers like you are not engaged early enough in the conversation to not just talk about the health issues, but to share the existing work that you're doing so that we can collaborate with you to advance healthier communities. We also know that ongoing community engagement is important, and Morehouse School of Medicine's mission is to do that on a recurring and regular basis. And so we started to have conversations in the wake of the Atlanta Medical Center closing. And our intention, if you allow us, is to have ongoing conversations with you on how our efforts are evolving, but more importantly, your leadership in the process. And the third certainly is to make sure that we have opportunities for people to have access to not just health, but also health care that is not just accessible, but is quality health care. And we know that that must be defined in collaboration with you. So I'm just starting that as a part of our ongoing dedication to you to be sure that you all have regular updates, but that you can advise us on making sure that our path forward is with you and by you. Thanks.
Good evening. I'm part of the Morehouse team. I'm Errol Crook. I'm Senior Associate Dean for Clinical Affairs and Chief Medical Officer for Morehouse Healthcare, and it's a real pleasure for me to be here today. See some familiar faces and some new faces. I'm actually new to the Atlanta area. This is my 16th month here. I'm an internal medicine specialist and kidney specialist, and just as I was coming to the metro area to take possession of housing, there was a headline, Atlanta Medical Center closure. 6 months before that, as I was here for my first on-campus interview, there was another headline, AMC South closure. So that's the job I walked into to partner with Dr. Valerie Montgomery Rice, our president of Morehouse School of Medicine, Adrian Tyndall, our dean and executive vice president, was to, one, understand the impact of those closures, and two, to work to change the future and change it in the right way. In our president's energetic way, she developed significant partnerships, and one of those partnerships with Fulton County has really been fruitful, and our first step on our way to what we hope to be an answer to bringing water to the healthcare desert of South Fulton County in the South Crescent area of Atlanta Metro is the opening of a clinic here in East Point, one where Morehouse School of Medicine has been present for several years at the Buggy Work site. We're happy that we're able to be back there. We opened actually for business on October 30th of last year. And we are now in this new year having more providers come on board and looking to ramp that up. We ultimately are hoping to get to a point where we're going to be able to have extended hours, meaning 12 or more hours a day, at least 5 days a week, and some hours on the weekends. And as volume comes, we'll determine how quickly we ramp up to that, and we will be responsive to what the community's needs are. So I'm really appreciate having this opportunity, and we hope we have future opportunities to continue to have this discussion about what the community's needs are, and that we at Morehouse Smith School of Medicine, Morehouse Healthcare can design a healthcare system that will answer those needs and give the people what they need, when they need it, and the amount that they need it, which is truly the health equitable way of doing things. Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome to the new council members. I also wanted to take this opportunity to provide some updates on the Advancing Health Equity Through Policy and East Point project, especially for new council members. Just as an overview, this project was funded by the Federal Office of Minority Health for 3 years and $1.2 million. That funding started in September of 2021, so we are now in our third and final year of the current funding opportunity. Morehouse School of Medicine sought East Point's partnership for this project in the proposal phase. So before there was even funding on the table, because of the strong equity foundation that East Point had already been working on and creating and fostering, we knew that this would be a really strong partnership with the city. There was the 2019 equity resolution, followed by the city agriculture plan and the equitable growth and inclusion strategic plan. And so when we were announced the funding, some of our goals for this project were to support the modification and implementation of a policy to advance health equity in East Point. And for this project, we were focusing on policies related to affordable housing, access to healthy food, and land use and environmental justice. We also wanted to use this as an opportunity to increase awareness of health equity and social determinants of health. So those factors outside of the healthcare system that impact people's health, like housing, access to healthy food, and land use and environmental justice. And we wanted to increase that awareness of health equity amongst policymakers as well. And finally, to increase civic engagement and participation in the policymaking process, especially with regard to health equity. Some of the things that we've accomplished over that time, we have established and supported the East Point Health Equity Community Advisory Board, which is predominantly made up of East Point residents. They have been here to council to talk about the accomplishments of this project. They've been meeting once a month for close to 2 years now, I think, if not more. I could be wrong on that. The Community Advisory Board was tasked with helping to guide the project activities. And they actually told us what policies should be prioritized and shared that information at council meetings and really pushed for some of the policies related to the comprehensive plan, which I'll talk a little bit more about in just a moment. The Community Advisory Board is currently undergoing a strategic planning process to develop their independence and sustainability beyond just this grant-focused project. And 2 of the CAB members represented East Point in Memphis, Tennessee at the Southern Unity for Racial Justice and Equity Summit in October. We also hired for the Morehouse School of Medicine team an East Point resident as a community health worker. Many of you probably know Ms. Zakaya Morris. She's here with us today. She's been going around the city talking about health equity and sharing the project with more than, she has engaged with more than 600 residents over the last year and a half. And she regularly attends East Point events, and she is willing to come to other community events as invited to share this information. We also supported East Point to include health equity in its comprehensive plan for the first time. Health equity is listed as a community goal, and East Point is one of only 2 cities in the state of Georgia that lists health equity as a community goal. And East Point, and the comprehensive plan includes an equity statement, which was co-developed with the Community Advisory Board. We presented it at council, got feedback from council members, and opened it up to the broader community. And East Point really is a model for health equity and how other cities can advance health equity through policy at the state, within the state and nationally. We've presented the work of this project at national conferences, including most recently at the American Public Health Association conference. And we've been writing about the work of this project. There's a a case study in a upcoming textbook. We've submitted papers to scientific journals, and we've also tried to make sure that we're sharing that information to the general public in articles and interviews. We have heard from a lot of different communities that they want to be able to replicate and do the same work with health equity in their communities. So again, East Point is a model. I did want to share a couple of upcoming activities because we're in the last year, we're evaluating the effect of this project. So we do have a survey and some focus groups that are happening right now. I'm going to put the slide up. Oh. So we have this community survey that I invite residents to complete the survey. We are also conducting, and if they complete the survey, they will receive a $25 electronic gift card. We are also conducting focus groups. The QR code here takes you to registration, and that will be about 60 to 90 minutes to discuss health equity in East Point. And participants in the focus groups will receive a $50 gift card. And we are supporting the East Point Health Equity Community Advisory Board to host an open house on January 25th. We invite any council members that are interested in attending that and learning more about what the CAB has been doing to join us. And that is open to any resident who is interested in learning more about the Community Advisory Board and also how they can get involved in other activities related to health equity in the city. Again, I just want to thank you for your support. Welcome the new members and looking forward to talking more about this project and health equity. And thank you for the time and your commitment.
Thank you, Megan. Did you say the amount that we received for the grant and that we were awarded an extra $100,000 in the 30?
Right. The initial amount was a little over $1.1 million from the federal government. And we, along with there are 5 other demonstration projects that were funded across the country. We're the only one in Georgia. But the federal government announced at the end of last year that they were giving us an extra $100,000 to continue and amplify this work even more.
All right, thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you for your partnership. Thank you, Dr. Crook, and I forgot your name again. Dr. Akintobi. Thank you all for being here tonight. An update to us around the advancing health equity work as well as the Morehouse School of Medicine Clinic. I don't see anyone light on. I do want to make sure that we are sharing the information about the survey. So I think communications may already be sharing that, Mr. Reeves, but if we can make sure we help get this out to the community and get responses, that would be helpful for the work and partnership that Morehouse School of Medicine has had with us for almost 3 years now. It's been going by really fast. But thank you so much, Megan, for all of your leadership and coordination. To the members of the Community Health Equity Community Advisory Board, who are residents of the city of East Point. Thank them for all of their work and volunteerism to help move this work forward. And they actually presented at conferences and have really been engaged around this work. So thank you all so much. Next up, I'm sorry, go ahead, Councilmember Freeland.
I just had a quick question. Sure, just a quick question. Is it 1.2 million for the life of the grant, or is it 1.2 million per year?
Over the 3 years, 1.2 million total.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks. Next up is update on City Auditorium, Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know when we brought this up on last Monday, there was a meeting with the people who were going to do the auditorium. So I will yield to the city manager who will give an update on where we are with the city auditorium.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The item number 2, the update on city auditorium, will be presented by Ms. Janisa Elias, Assistant to the City Manager.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Janice Elias, Assistant City Manager. The East Point staff did meet with representatives from Winter Johnson as well as Moody Nolan last week, January 9th, at about 3:00 p.m. to get everything started again so we can move forward with the renovation of the auditorium. In the meeting, we did request a revised cost estimate so that we can totally understand what the cost of the renovations to the auditorium will be. Staff also identified two possible funding sources for the architectural engineering design. One funding source would be hotel motel under tourism product development. The second funding source would be the MCT funds. But of course, before we use either of those two funds, we would need to get permission from you all as mayor and council as to which fund you would like for us to access to pay for architectural engineering design, because they are restricted fund accounts. We've also established an internal project team to ensure that as we move through design and then construction of the renovations in the auditorium from all of the key departments, which would be electric, water, IT, public works, planning and community development, finance, fire, and police. And then we also will be conducting weekly meetings with the team until we actually get to construction of the project. And of course, there'll be weekly construction meetings as well. Our next meeting will be on January 25th. And from that point, the meetings will be weekly.
Councilmember Shropshire. Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Thank you, and thank you so much. When I buzzed in, you went out. Can you tell us the funding sources again? And also for the new members of council, if there is some sort of printed presentation or email presentation in regards to this city auditorium information, I'd like that in an email. Thank you.
Yes, just to recap, there are two. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Just to recap, yes, there are two funds that have been identified as funding sources for the architectural engineering design. However, they are restricted funds, which means that before we tap into those, we would need guidance from mayor and council as to which one you all would be comfortable with us using. The first one would be the hotel motel funds under tourism product and development, because that is a restricted fund account. And then the second one would be the municipal corporate trust account, MCT funds, which is also a restricted account. But those funds can be used for architectural engineering design. We would just need to know which account is the preferred account to use to pay for the architectural engineering design. And then we can put this in a summary to mayor and council as to the status so far.
Councilmember Freely.
Thank you, Ms. Elias. There were some public meetings early last year, I think, or maybe late 2022, where there were schematics and things presented to the public for the planned renovation. Have there been changes to those plans? And even if there are not changes, could we hold some community engagement meetings for the public to understand where we are?
Yes, staff can actually reestablish some new community meetings, because the staff is trying to catch up on what was done previously. And we know a lot of time has passed for us as well as the residents and citizens of East Point. So during this process, we can establish additional community meetings for community input, because designs have not been completed.
Actually, I had one. And you may not know the answer to this question. Interim City Manager Reeves got me into the building last week. I requested that to look around. All of the seating in the auditorium is gone. is that, do we know where that is? And is it coming back? Or just curious.
So yes, all of that, the auditorium has been completely gutted, completely remediated. So when you walk in, you pretty much see the kind of shell space. Seating is going to be returned to the auditorium, but I believe it's going to be somewhere between 300 and 400 seats. Don't quote me on the number, but it's somewhere around 300 to 400 seats that will be reinstated in the auditorium through the process.
How you're indicating, a possibility of two different funding sources. What is the anticipated amount for the
That's
design? If I
right.
missed that, I apologize. And what is, interim city manager Reeves, what is staff's recommendation? I know there tourism product development funds can be used, and we need to make sure that we have the right amounts allocated to tourism product development, tourism TCT. I forgot the other one, but that's the advertising one. Just make sure that we have a historical running balance of that to make sure that the funds were put in the proper accounts. And how much do we have in TPD and TCT? And I'm sorry, tourism, convention, and trade shows, I think is what TCT stands for. But it's advertising, so that we are aware of what those amounts are, as well as the MCT fund balance. It would be helpful to be able to have that information. And if that's not readily available tonight, maybe that's something we can discuss at our February work session or February 5th meeting, depending on council's appetite. I think it would be helpful to know what those are as we make those, ultimately council makes that decision or gives that recommendation as to which one should be used. So, Councilmember Shropshire, I'm not sure if you want this to go on the February 5th council agenda or the February 12th work session, because I don't think they have that information tonight.
They can bring it back at the February the 12th work session
Okay.
and give us an update on the things that was requested. Because I was going to ask what was the amount for the architectural engineer?
Mhm.
Yeah.
I can tell you now, staff has just set an estimate not to exceed $500,000 for architectural engineering design, and that would include all components of the engineering design phase.
So let me ask you this. I thought that building seated about 500 people before,
I can't remember the exact number of seats,
because it was more than
but it was
300 and
more than
400. It was.
500.
Yeah, I
Um,
thought so.
But I don't know if anybody remembers, the seats were
Very
very
tight.
small.
They sure were.
And seating for auditoriums and theaters
Are
have now
larger.
changed over the years. So that's why there's a reduction in
The
the
seating.
number of seats in the
And they
auditorium.
set very low to the ground.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember. Okay.
Councilmember Freely, and if someone is here from IT that can come help, make sure my panel's working.
And you may not be able to answer the question, but if we, obviously the eye to this renovation is to make this a usable space, both for the city and potentially for outside users. I just want to make sure that we're keeping the number of seats at a place where it's a manageable number and it's a profitable number for potential future use.
All right, well, we will place this on the February 12th work session, for information regarding funding sources, cost, and any ideas around concepts. And also, I think it might be good then to talk about community meetings, when we want to possibly have those, and schedule that out as well. Next up is whistleblower process. This actually was on tonight for staff to give a presentation of the vendors that are supposedly under 12,000 for not necessarily the process, but who those vendors are and where are we with soliciting or procuring this, because that's a key piece to ensure that we have a company in place for employees to be able to make whistleblower or file complaints or concerns with a third party outside external entity. And so it wasn't necessarily about the process. I do think we will have discussions though, and probably should keep it on the work session agenda for changing and looking at amendments to the ordinance. But at the work session, we were informed that staff was going with a vendor and that there were vendors who they'd reached out to regarding pricing for this service. And we asked for information on that to be provided to us tonight and to receive the proposal or the scope or whatever that was provided to staff. If I overlooked it in my email, I apologize, but Mr. Reeves.
Mayor and Council, on this item, number 3, whistleblower, Mr. Dermot Lawrence will come up and give you an explanation or update on where we are in reference to the solicitation process of this whistleblower.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We have this being advertised on the 24th. What we did was with the interim city manager, what we did was said we're going to actually put the solicitation out like you wanted. We're still going to get because the special projects coordinator is no longer with us. She had this in her hand. So the two previous quotes that she had, we don't have those. So right now we have to kind of start over for those. But the previous person, that the company name is Ethico, they were doing $5,000 a year for it. And so of course we wanted to find other quotes in that. But in the meantime, we thought to put the solicitation out as well.
You mean January 24th?
Correct.
And so when will it open and close? Is that the opening date or the closing?
That's the opening date. Closing date is February 29th.
February 29th?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Reeves, is anybody here from IT?
Yes, ma'am. I just texted them. So. Yes, ma'am.
I don't see any other lights on. If you could share with us that solicitation.
Correct, I will.
That's been put out, that would be great if you could send that to Mayor and Council.
Absolutely.
Anyone? Ordinance, do we want to talk about, it was noticed in the ordinance reference to healthcare professionals. And that's what I meant to pull up the ordinance when it was adopted in, I'm not sure the year, I feel like it was either 2013 or 2003. That was a part of the ordinance. And so maybe Madam Deputy City Clerk, if by the time we have our February work session, if you could look at the minutes of the meeting when that ordinance was initially adopted, maybe we will be able to get some insight as to the legislative intent at the time as to including that. And then also think about how we might want to make any amendments to that ordinance. Councilmember Freely.
And if I can, thank you for raising that, because I was the one who brought it up to you. So to clarify, there seems to be some language about healthcare providers and patient care and things like that. And so that was a bit confusing. So if we can get some clarity on what that means and why it's there.
All right, so if we can have that in, I don't know if you'll need to do verbatim minutes, but if there's anything there, that would be helpful to provide that insight. And then also for staff, um, looking at the ordinance to the question of why is that there, the reference to healthcare providers. I don't see any other lights. At this time, if there are any board appointments, those can be made at this time in the agenda or during council comments. Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Yes, I have 2 board appointments for tonight. I want to make a motion for a board appointment for the Civil Service Board, Ms. Janiyah Griggs. Okay, and also for the Building Authority Board, I want to appoint Brandy Lewis.
There's a motion to appoint Janiyah Griggs to the Civil Service Board of Appeals and Brandy Lewis to Building Authority. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Councilmember Freely.
So in a previous meeting, I had appointed a Ward A representative to the Planning and Zoning Commission. There was an issue with that appointment, so Mr. Mitchell has resigned. He submitted that resignation to the clerk. So I am going to make a motion to make a new appointment to that commission.
Okay.
So I'd like make a motion to appoint. Sorry, I'd like to make a motion to appoint Melanie Stiles to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Second? Second. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carried. Any other? I will make some appointments further in the agenda, so since they're on the agenda, I'll wait for those. But I am appointing Eric Freely to the Pension Board. Can I get a motion to approve that appointment? Yes.
I would like to make a motion to approve the appointment of Eric Freely to the Pension Board.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carried. Announcements at this time. Councilmember Martin.
Yes, good evening. I will keep this brief and I will re-announce it again at the end of the meeting, but I wanted to welcome or announce that Ward D will be having a community gathering on Saturday, January 27th, 2024 at the 4 Point Sheridan from 1:00 p.m. until 3:00 p.m. The address is 3520 North Desert Drive. I hope that Ward D residents can come out. Everyone is invited. I know that Ward C, there are a couple of communities where one side of the street is Ward D, the other side is Ward C. But please come out. I'd like to hear your concerns. The community gathering again is going to be at the 4 Point Sheridan on January 27th from 1 to 3. The address is 3520 North Desert Drive. I hope to see you there.
All righty. Seeing no lights, we will move to, we don't have any committee reports tonight. We will move to adoption of the council agenda. Is there a motion?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember Shropshire.
I would like to make a motion that we adopt the council agenda.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion?
Discussion?
Yes, discussion.
Was that Councilmember Mitchell?
It was.
Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Mitchell.
I would like to take a look at, I'm looking at the item now. Item number 20. I put that on the February work session. I want to know if we could hold off on that until we have further discussion.
So I wouldn't make the appointments at the work session.
Okay, I mean, well, I'd like to talk about it in the work session before appointments are made.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
Yes.
Councilmember Martin Rogers.
I noticed that we have a couple of public hearings on tonight's agenda, and I just wanted to know if mayor and council would consider moving public hearing number 6 to number 4, because they are East Point residents. In the last meeting that we had, they spent quite a bit of time with us, and then moving forward with items number 4 and 5, but to put number 6 under public hearing first. They're residents.
Councilmember Shropshire?
That's fine.
Oh, that was from earlier, okay. So there is a request for a friendly amendment to place item number 20 on the February, is the 19th a holiday?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, that's President's Day. So do we celebrate President's Day?
No.
Okay, on the February 19th agenda, and item number 6 to be the first public hearing. The motion was made by Councilmember Shropshire initially, and I think seconded by Councilmember Cummings. I'm not sure who, either Councilmember Mitchell or Councilmember Martin Rogers can make that joint request for a joint friendly amendment, and then I'll ask the maker of the motion if she accepts the amendment.
Do you accept my friendly amendment as a joint? Yeah. Do you accept Councilmember Mitchell and Councilmember Shropshire?
I do.
A friendly amendment to the motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Does the
That's fine.
second still stand, Councilmember Cummings? Councilmember Mitchell, did you have something?
No.
Okay. All right, it's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is approval of city council minutes from the January 2nd, 2024 meeting of East Point City Council. Is there a
Madam
motion to
Mayor?
adopt the minutes? Yes,
Mm.
Council.
I would like to make a motion that we approve city council regular meeting minutes from January the 2nd, 2024.
Then properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up, we are in public hearings. One is a zoning and the other two are alcohol ordinances. I will turn it over to the city attorney to read the rules for the public hearings.
Yeah. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Before adopting any changes to the zoning maps or text of the zoning ordinance, the city council shall hold a public hearing following the public hearing by the Planning and Zoning Commission, where a recommendation was made on the petition. Public hearings before the city council shall be conducted as follows. The presiding officer will call for a motion to open and close the hearing. The presiding officer or his or her designee will introduce the proposed zoning amendment before the city council. Staff will then be called upon to present the planning commission's recommendation and summarize the staff's written report. Persons both favoring and opposing the proposed amendment will then be provided an opportunity to address the city council. The applicant for the proposed amendment or applicant's designated rep will, if any, will be entitled to speak first, followed by other speakers in favor of the proposal for a total of 15 minutes. Those who oppose the proposed zoning amendment will then be permitted to speak for a total of 15 minutes. By majority vote, the council may increase the total time for speakers, provided that each side is given the same amount of time. If there's more than one speaker for one side, the presiding officer may limit the time allotted to each speaker other than the zoning applicant. The zoning applicant may also reserve a portion of his or her allotted time for rebuttal. Speakers must adhere to the rules of decorum. Prior to speaking, each speaker shall identify him or herself, state his or her current address. Each speaker shall speak only to the merits of the proposed zoning decision under consideration, shall address remarks only to the council, and shall refrain from making personal attacks on any other speaker. The presiding officer may refuse a speaker the right to continue if, after being first cautioned, the speaker continues to violate the rules of decorum. Thank you.
Thank you. If we can go to item number 6. Ordinance granting a special use permit to continue building a habitable accessory structure at 4225 Ben Hill Road. Can I get a motion to open the public hearing?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember Shropshire.
I would like to make a motion that we open the public hearing for granting a special use permit.
Second.
For 4225 Ben Hill Road.
Moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. The public hearing is now open. We will start with a presentation by staff and then we'll move forward with the public hearing.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The public hearing that's before you tonight is 4225 Ben Hill Road, case number 2023U-001-09. The applicant is Mr. Ernesto and Ms. Elaine Williams. The zoning is residential limited. The request, the applicant is seeking a special use permit to continue the building process for a habitable accessory structure in the RL Residential Limited zoning district. The property is currently zoned RL. The future land use designation is growing residential. This is existing conditions land survey. The site plan shows the actual location of the proposed structure. These are a couple of site photos provided. Section 10-2130 is the city's habitable accessory structure code. And the Planning and Zoning Commission recommend approval with the following conditions: to bring the total height of the habitable accessory structure to the allowed height within the zoning ordinance, must use building materials that are compatible with the primary structure, must include one kitchen, and the habitable accessory structure must mirror the architectural style of the principal structure. And I believe the applicant is here as well.
Okay. Thank you so much. At this time, anyone who would like to speak in favor of the special use permit for a habitable accessory structure at 4225 Ben Hill Road can come forward at this time. Anyone who would like to speak in favor?
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
I'm Ernesto Williams, the owner of the property, and we're basically building this for our kids so they can live closer to us, like we have our first grandchild, and that's the main reason why we're building it.
Thank you. Okay,
Anyone has any questions?
that's fine. You can, anyone else would like to speak in favor, please come forward.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Council members and mayor, or vice versa, I should have said. But pretty much it's my first grandchild, and we would like to have permission to continue to build the structure for them. Thank you.
On the first Granny. Anyone else who would like to speak in favor? Anyone else who would like to speak in favor? Is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition to the ordinance for a special use permit at granting a habitable accessory structure at 4225 Ben Hill Road? Anyone who would like to speak in opposition? Anyone who would like to speak in opposition? Can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
Madam Mayor, I make the motion that we close the public hearing.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? Councilmember Cummings, you're in for discussion?
Yes, I just had a question for, do you have any renderings of what the actual structure is going to look like?
So let's close the public hearing first and
Okay.
then open it for discussion and possible action, and I can have them come back forward.
Thank you.
Any other discussion on the motion to close the public hearing? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Is there any further action on this item? It sounds like there's some discussion that would like to be had.
Madam Mayor, may I make the motion that we have a motion for action and approval of the request with the conditions stated by the Planning and Zoning Commission.
So if we're gonna move forward with that, we have to first have a motion to waive the first reading. This is an ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I make the motion to waive the first reading.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Mayor, I make the motion that we approve the zoning request with the Planning Commission recommendation and that we may have discussion in that approval.
The motion to grant the ordinance for a special use, approve the ordinance, grant a special use permit to continue to build a habitable accessory structure at 4225 Ben Hill Road. It's been moved and seconded, I believe. No, I need a second. Councilmember Martin. Second.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a question. Do you actually have any renderings of what it's going to look like once it's, I saw,
I'm in.
yeah, I did work session. Okay. We're not doing this. Be quiet. Girl, be quiet.
Above it and see if it's that, and then if not, go down to, so close it and go to where it says exterior ADU siding, and you can just click the arrow to the right. It should take you to the next.
I know, it's fine. Question, Mr. Ernesto. So I know there's in the slide, the presentation that they showed, it had a contemporary style house. Is that what it's supposed to look like? It was.
Actual drawings, because it takes a long time for the architectural drawings to come out. So basically, building and planning and zoning wanted to see roughly what it was that we were building. So I just took a picture from the internet to show them, but that's not what the actual.
That's not what it's gonna,
No,
okay.
no.
I just know, because when they had on there with the approval, it should be something similar to what you guys already have. So I was just wondering if that was.
No, that was not.
So that's not it. Okay, well, that's fine. I just wanted to,
Okay.
I
No,
just
it's
know I
gonna be
saw
a
that picture in
basic
there.
house.
Okay, no worries. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Any further discussion? There's a motion to adopt the ordinance granting special use permit to continue building a habitable accessory structure at 4225 Ben Hill Road. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations. Next up is item number 4, East Point Food Mart, requesting retail sales alcohol license located at 3289 Washington Road. Their motion to open the public hearing.
Madam Mayor,
So moved. Is there a second, Councilman Shropshire?
second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. If we can have a, I think there are different rules for this one. Attorney Weems, this is a, not a zoning matter, so it would be the general public hearing rule and council rules. If you could read those rules for me before I call the staff forward.
Public comment. Public hearing, my apologies. You said public hearing. Just
Public hearing rule.
Public hearing, Rule 29. Public hearings shall be advertised as per ordinance. The presiding officer will call for a motion to open and close the hearing. Those in favor of the subject will speak first for a total of 15 minutes. Each speaker will be limited to not more than 3 minutes. Those who oppose the subject will then speak for a total of 15 minutes. Each speaker will be limited to not more than 3 minutes. Speakers may give a total of 3 minutes to another speaker if all of those present have had an opportunity to speak. Residents will be given first opportunity to speak. After all residents have been given an opportunity to speak, non-residents may speak. By majority vote, the council may increase the total time for each side of the subject to a total of 30 minutes per side. Each side will be given the same amount of time. Speakers must adhere to the rules of decorum. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
If staff could come forward, Chief, and Officer come forward regarding and give a brief overview of this request for alcohol license.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I have Shamim Ahmed. He's the registered agent of an existing business at East Point Food Mart. Has no history with the city of East Point. He's applying for the alcohol license for retail sale at 3289 Washington Road. Ahmad has passed the background process, adhered to advertisement requirements, and obeyed all bylaws required as a new applicant. There's an existing license there. It's just a change in tenant. The police department recommends the issuance of the alcohol license for the retail sale of beer, wine, and liquor.
All right, thank you so much. We're in a public hearing. If there's anyone who would like to come speak in favor of granting the alcohol license, please come forward at this time. Anyone who would like to speak in favor of issuance of an alcohol license to East Point Food Mart for retail alcohol sales at 3289 Washington Road, please come forward at this time. Is there anyone who would like to speak in favor? Is the applicant here?
Yes.
Would you like to say anything, sir? You don't have to. Okay. Is there anyone who would like to speak? You're fine. Thank you. Is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition to the request for an alcohol license? Anyone who would like to speak in opposition to a request for an alcohol license? Anyone who would like to speak in opposition? Can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember
I would like
Shropshire.
to make a motion that we close the public hearing.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded that we close the public hearing. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Is there any further action on this item? This one isn't an ordinance, this is just approval. Is that correct?
Correct.
So moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded that we approve the request for retail sales alcohol license at 3289 Washington Road for East Point Food Mart. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations. Next up, we have Tipsy World of Beverages retail sales alcohol license located at 3215 Main Street. Is there a motion to open the public hearing? Shropshire.
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
I would
Councilman.
like to make a motion that we open the public hearing for Tipsy World of Beverage Retail Sale Alcohol located at 3215 Main Street.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Can we have a brief overview before I call?
Yes, Ram Singh is the registered agent of the existing business. It was formerly Main Street Package. It's a change of name, Tipsy World of Beverage, with the city of East Point. He's passed the background process, adhered to advertisement requirement, and obeyed all bylaws required as the new applicant. There is an existing license as well. The police department recommends the issuance of the license for retail sale of beer, wine, and liquor.
Thank you. Is there anyone who would like to speak in favor of the request for a alcohol license at 3215 Main Street? Anyone who would like to speak in favor? Is there anyone who would like to speak in favor? Are the applicants here? Is the
Yes.
applicant here? Would you like to speak, sir? You're not required to. Okay, thank you for being here. Is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition? Anyone who would like to speak in opposition? Anyone who would like to speak in opposition? Can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close the public hearing.
So. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. And is there any further action on this item?
Madam Mayor?
Yes,
I would like
Councilwoman
to make a
Shropshire.
motion that we approve Tipsy World of Beverage Retail Sale Alcohol License located at 3215 Main Street.
So moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next up, public comments. Do we have any public comments this evening?
Yes, Madam Mayor, there are 2 public comments.
Chapter 2, Section 2-2002BB, Rule 28. The public may speak during the public comment section of the agenda. Speakers must complete a comment form prior to the start of the meeting. Subject may include any subject of choice. There will be a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Speakers that have signed up to speak may give all or a part of their time up to 3 minutes to another speaker for a total of 6 minutes of speaking time. Speakers may address the council only once during this time of the agenda. Speakers must identify themselves and their address prior to speaking. Questions from the speakers may not be addressed during the public speaking section of the agenda. East Point residents will have priority over other speakers. There will be a total of not more than 60 minutes for the public speaking section of the agenda. Speakers may only address the presiding officer. Speakers shall observe all rules of decorum. No debate, disrespect, or obscenity shall be tolerated. The presiding officer shall rule any such individual out of order that fails to comply with the foregoing. Madam Deputy City Clerk, you can call the first speaker.
The first speaker is Ms. Melissa George.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It is my understanding that during one of the recent executive sessions that residents of East Point are not able to attend, that there was a vote about the contract of the city attorney. During that vote, one of the council members, who I believe is not present, that would be Council Member Karen Renee, voted regarding the contract of the city attorney. However, if I'm correct, Councilmember Renee works at the same place as the city attorney, and as such would be considered an employee and reports to the city attorney. In my opinion, that is a conflict of interest, and I feel that she should have recused herself, because as appointed, and not appointed, but elected officials of the city of East Point, there is a fiduciary responsibility to the residents of East Point. And as such, there should be transparency and disclosure. And anytime there is a conflict of interest, that interest should be mitigated as quickly as possible, and it should be disclosed to the public. I'm not aware that the public has been privileged to that information. And so while I was not in the meeting, and so I do not know how the vote went, I'm disappointed that any council person would vote on something and not recuse themselves when it is in a direct conflict of interest with the interests of City of East Point. I don't know how you can vote for someone's contract if that person would technically be considered your boss. And I think that she should have recused herself from voting on that matter. And that concludes, I don't know if I can ask questions, so I think that concludes what I have to say.
At this time, in the rules for public comments, it says, speakers may address the council only once. Questions from the speakers may not be addressed during the public speaking
Okay.
section of the agenda.
Well, I just want to go on record as saying that I'm disappointed, and I think that she should have recused herself from the vote. Thank you.
The next speaker is Mr. Tom Wardlow.
Good evening. My name is Tom Wardlow. I am a resident East Point. I live in Ward B at 1301 Mercer. My question, or not a question, a concern for you, Ms. Mayor, and you city council people, is that I went out to our city website today to look at the members of the council, and all of the new council members are without an email address or telephone number listed on the page for city council. I am very disappointed that we can't recognize these people who worked so hard to be our council, that the city cannot manage to get their contact information on the page that I would go to look for them. So I would like for the city to be more prompt, diligent, whatever you want to say, to get the web page current. I have a second thing. This afternoon, there was a very large bang in our neighborhood. I do not know what the cause is, but I know it's a fairly often occurrence from one of the recycle plants across the railroad track from Ward B. It would be helpful if I knew how to bring that to your attention for some sort of action. That's it. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Nope, that concludes public comments.
All right, thank you to those who spoke this evening. Next up, we have consent agenda items 7 through 14. Can we get a motion to approve the?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember Shropshire.
I would like to make a motion that we approve consent agenda items 7 through 14.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is item 15, ordinance granting special use permit for a container storage facility located at 1492 Central Avenue. We have already had the public hearing on this item. And so if we get a motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action. I see staff plugging in a flash drive.
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Reeves, I saw staff come to the podium and plug in a flash drive. So I don't know if we're starting with a presentation from staff. And no one's moving.
Mayor and Council, presenting the presentation would be Mr. Lee Smith. Excuse me, I meant to mention him last time, but he's our Deputy Director of Planning and Zoning.
Okay.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. This is 1492 Central Avenue, case number 2023U-004-03. The applicant Travis Bingham. The zoning is I-1 Light Industrial District. The request is a special use permit for a storage business, which will include storage crates, roll-off container, and storage yards. The Planning Commission recommendation was to approve the applicant's request with the following conditions. No container to be stored within the areas of the front yard of the current building to the street. No container to be stored within 50 feet behind the screen entrance gate. Screen fence shall be a maximum of 6 foot high. Reestablish the sidewalk along the property frontage. All outside storage shall be fenced and located within the rear or the side yards. The parking must be repaved and striped prior to obtaining a business license. No crates or pods shall be stacked exceeding the height of the screen fence on the site. And all unloading and loading of storage units shall only be conducted during regular business hours of 4 a.m. to 7 p.m. The applicant, these are the conditions from the applicant. No container to be stored within the areas of the front yard of the current building to the street. No container to be stored within 50 feet behind the screen entrance gate. Wood or other privacy fence shall be a minimum of 8 foot high facing Central Avenue. Number 4 was to reestablish the sidewalk along the property frontage. All outside storage shall be fenced and located within the rear or the side yards. The parking must be repaved and striped prior to obtaining a business license. No crates or pods shall be stacked exceeding the height of the screen fence on the site. All unloading and loading of storage units shall only be conducted during the hours of 4:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. The disposal of waste from work sites shall occur off-site, and any necessary cleaning of trucks or containers shall occur off-site before containers are stored on the premises. And I believe the applicant is here also.
I will just say, I'm looking at the ordinance, I guess it wasn't updated. So the ordinance has condition 8 is 4 a.m. to 7 p.m., not 4:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. And there were two additional conditions. So what are we recommending? The number 9 and number 10 are not included in the ordinance either.
Well, the applicant agreed to all of our conditions. Number 9 and number 10 were what they actually added.
Correct. And so is staff or planning and zoning recommending that we add 9 and 10 if the desire is to move forward with this? And is the time 4 a.m. to 7 p.m. or 4:30 a.m. to 7 p.m.?
Would you grant me a minute to confer?
Councilmember Butler.
Madam Mayor, you have a question on the floor. I was just going to ask that we open the floor to discussion and possible action on this item.
I think we did.
I'm confused.
We didn't do the motion? I thought we did Madam Deputy City Clerk.
Yes, Councilmember Butler, you open the floor for a discussion.
It's cold.
Councilwoman Ziegler is second the motion.
Madam Mayor, staff's actual recommendation was to deny the petition. The request for the proposed does not align with the redevelopment objectives of the comprehensive plan for the city of East Point.
I get it. And then planning and zoning recommended approval. And we have an ordinance that only has 8 conditions of the 10 conditions that are here. And so the council is going to make a decision. But are you asking us to act on the conditions from planning and zoning? I know staff denied it. The conditions in the ordinance are from the recommendation of approval from planning and zoning?
The conditions are from Planning Commission, yes.
Okay. Any discussion? Councilmember Ziegler.
Thank you. So, yeah, I guess I'm kind of curious on how, if staff went ahead and made the recommendation to approval, why we would spend so much time and effort in creating all these conditions and things like that, and working, so hard and long with the applicant to kind of like help them out. I'm a little confused in the process.
Good evening, Kimberly Smith, Planning and Community Development Director. I just want to address your question, Councilmember Ziegler. In reference to these conditions, these are conditions that the applicant proposed. The conditions of the Planning Commission are just that. Those are the conditions that they submitted for this council's review and consideration. So it would be up to this committee, this council, you can add them, you could take them, or you can take recommendations from the Planning Commission to as is. It would be up to this body to determine if you wanted to add to them based on what the applicant has proposed.
Gotcha. Thank you. Yeah, I would personally go along with the recommendation of denial because we need highest and best use for all of our parcels of land. And just because this is an industrial area doesn't mean that we have to allow everybody in. This is a special use permit, which means they have to come and ask us for permission to come in and do business here. And East Point, we are here with a great location. We're next to the airport, busiest airport in the world, or second busiest airport in the world. We have, we're next to a lot of interstates and stuff. And so my heart hurts when I see it go towards something like this, when I feel like we can have something else go there that could, really help, the quality of life of residents. And, we just heard from a resident in Egan Park and during public comments about an explosion at the recycling plant. And that has happened a lot. And I know that's like a separate issue, but trying to revitalize this area is a top priority of mine. And I hope that the rest of this body agrees with that.
Any other discussion? Councilmember Freely.
Just, there may be some confusion. I know I'm a little confused. So staff recommended denial.
Correct.
And planning and zoning recommended approval.
With conditions.
With conditions. And the staff's recommendation of denial was essentially based on what?
Our recommendation is based on the zoning ordinance. It's placed on the Willingham study. It's also placed on the comprehensive plan. We analyze each project based on those tools, those ordinances and policies that we have in place, and we provide a recommendation to Planning Commission. The Planning Commission has the option to review our recommendation, but they also have the option of coming up with their own policies that they would like to see forward, which they placed in the form of the conditions that they proposed for this body to take consideration of. And in order to move the process forward, we have to present some type of document, resolution, or ordinance for you all to consider based on what Planning Commission's recommendation was to you to consider.
Any other discussion? If there's no other discussion, I know this item has been on the agenda several times. What is on tonight is the ordinance. If there's a desire to move or take any action on that, it would be waiving the first reading, or there could be a denial. And if the ordinance is going to be adopted, there would need to be a waiver of the first reading and adoption of the ordinance, or a motion for denial. But I believe the staff is asking that we take action tonight. I don't hear any other requests for further deferral or other further consideration.
Staff's request for this evening is for you to take action on the ordinance that was presented, which includes the Planning Commission's recommendation of approval with the conditions. These additional conditions were placed by the applicant, and you can consider those as well, but it would be up to you to add to the Planning Commission recommendation if you're going to take that as their approval, or if you're going to deny it, then you would just deny it, and that would be the end of it. But the action is going to be taken on the Planning Commission's recommendation with their conditions. That's what you would be taking action on, whether you are, yes.
Shropshire and then Councilman Butler.
I have a question. If planning and zoning staff made a motion to deny, then why that's not up for discussions?
Because the zoning procedures law requires that the Planning Commission submits their recommendation for your consideration. So this body has to take their action based on what Planning Commission recommended to you.
So no, we don't have to take their action. We can still deny if that's the wish of the council.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I guess my only question is, there were some sidewalk improvements the applicant volunteered to do with this. So is that in the conditions that we talked about? I don't. Okay, reestablish sidewalk along the frontage, okay. Okay, thank you.
You may or may not be able to answer this question, but my question is, how does this coincide with the City of East Point's comprehensive plan for this area? And then my other question is, could this possibly be rezoned to something else? I just want to know for my own benefit. Is it in an industrial area?
So it's in an industrial area. However, the city went through a lengthy project called the Willingham Corridor Study, which this site is included in that area. And it does not comply. This proposal does not comply with the Willingham Study Corridor area, the recommendations that were based on this area, which was to reimagine it as a mixed-use type of area that would encompass light industrial areas with mixed-use commercial type of uses, which is what is called for in the Willingham Corridor area, to just reimagine the type of industrial uses that it has been used for in the past and reimagine it in another type of mixed-use, eclectic type of atmosphere, such as artisan type of stuff, light industrial type of uses. So it does not comply with that. It doesn't comply with the comp plan as well.
All right, and may I have a copy of the Willingham study?
Yes, we could forward it to the entire
Thank you.
council.
All right. There are two options, deny or approve. If it's a denial, that's a motion. If there's approval, we'd have to waive the first reading first and then act on the adoption. Councilmember Ziegler.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion to deny the ordinance granting a special use permit for.
Second.
Been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up. Is council discussion of property and casualty insurance broker services. Motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action.
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is open, Mr. Reed.
Mayor and Council, item number 16, council discussion on property and casualty insurance broker will be presented to you by our Director of HR and our interim procurement director, Dermot Lawrence.
Good evening,
Director
Madam Mayor.
Iris Jesse, I'm sorry, HR Director Iris Jesse.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. The last time we were here, you all expressed a desire to rebid this for a longer time period, and I believe that's why you have it on the agenda tonight.
The status, where is it back out? Like, and I think maybe it was on tonight for us to, I don't know, do we need to close the loop on the current solicitation that was out there and the recommendation? Is there a need for council to deny that request to appoint a vendor and direct staff to do a solicitation, or?
No, ma'am. At this time, the solicitation was closed and rebid, so it's out right now, and it actually posts tomorrow. And
You said actually close?
Post.
Oh, post
Post, yes,
tomorrow.
ma'am.
When does it close?
closes on February 29th.
Okay. Any further discussion? All right. Next up is MCT signature resolution and incumbency and signature certificate. We need a motion to open the floor for a discussion and possible action. So we get a presentation on this. Is there a motion?
Yeah, I'm in. Would you like-
Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Yeah, motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action on the MCT signature resolution and incumbency and signature certificate.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is open. Mr. Reed.
Mayor and Council, item number 17, MCT Signature Solutions and Incumbency and Signature Certification will be presented by East Point Power Director, Mr. Sean Doe.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. The MCT signature incumbency, this is previously former council member Cook was the second signature on the MEAG. This is for MEAG, the MEAG account. So there needs to be two signatures. So I think you guys will vote, or I don't know.
The first signature is me, and then.
Correct.
I was gonna ask
So-
who was the first.
Once we just need another signature to, so both people can sign, and then we can get the year-end settlement funded.
Is there an urgent need for this? Is this time sensitive?
No, it's not.
Okay.
Well, until we get this to MEAG, then they won't send the year-end settlement. But there's no urgent need like we need it tomorrow. No, there is not.
Okay.
So the year-end settlement for last year, that's been handled, or is this going to hold that up? Or are we talking about year-end settlement for the current year?
Say that again.
The year-end settlement that this signature would be needed for us to receive that year-end settlement, is that the 2023 or 2024?
So it's 2023. So so the MEAG, they don't work on our budget year, they work on a calendar year. So let's say, for 2023, we budgeted $100. MEAG only used 90, so we'll get back that $10 as a refund the following year.
And typically, when in the new year does that come?
Normally it comes like March, late February, early March, something like that.
Okay, thanks.
What's the desire? Do we want to take action tonight or hold off? I don't know. Right. Councilmember Shropshire, is there a motion to appoint someone? Press your button.
I make a motion to nominate Councilperson Sharon Shropshire to be the second signature.
Second.
Been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much. Next is the Animal Services Agreement with Fulton County. Can we get a motion to open the floor for discussion? I think we were just gonna get an update today to see if there discussion and possible action will turn over to the city attorney. Is there a motion?
Madam Mayor,
Councilmember Shropshire.
my mind is so far not here. I would like to make a motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action on council review and approval on animal service.
Moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Attorney Weems.
Mayor, if I can speak, we have received agreement back and it has been sent over to the city attorney's office for review. So I assume that by our next meeting, we should have that contract reviewed back and an update on that.
I anticipate, Madam Mayor, that it's within the next 2 weeks. Right now, we're really just waiting to meet with them. Well, since they sent us the correct contract with the stuff in it, my staff is actually just kind of working out times to try to get them back. It's like 3 or 4 of them that we have to kind of arrange schedules for. So we're anticipating within the next 2 weeks. But we're working on that. No meeting has been scheduled to date, but we are working on trying to get them back in a meeting. Thank you.
Councilmember Cummings, you had a question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question, I know we were, when this originally came up, we were looking at an amount, it was like something like $375,000. It was, and were there any other alternatives as opposed to using Fulton County? I know we kind of tossed some other things around, but were there any other alternatives, something that would be less expensive?
Yes, I don't know if it's less expensive, but you could always certainly go the private route, or just, I don't know if well, in Georgia, I don't think you can. What you can do always is have your police department be identified as, the people who respond to animal control. So I think, short of me kind of doing a deep dive, those are the only 2 things that come to front of mind.
All right, February 5th. We get a motion to place this on the February 5th agenda.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember Shropshire.
I would like to place this motion on the February 5th council agenda.
So moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is item number 19, council discussion and possible action on resolution authorizing the submission of a 2024 Community Home Investment Program grant application to Georgia Department of Community Affairs. Get a motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action.
Motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action on this item.
So moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is now open. Mr. Reeves.
Mayor and Council, item number 19, council discussion and possible action on a resolution authorizing the submission of the 2024 Community Home Investment Program CHIP grant application to the Georgia Department of Community Affairs, DCA, will be presented by Ms. Janisa Elias, Assistant City Manager.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Again, just to repeat, this is a resolution authorizing submission of the 2024 CHIP grant application to the Department of Community Affairs. CHIP stands for Community Home Investment Program. To my knowledge, this will be the first time that the city of East Point actually applies for this particular grant program. DCA has set aside funding for the rehabilitation of owner-occupied single-family homes, as well as new construction and reconstruction of affordable single-family housing units for sale to income-eligible home buyers. The City of East Point staff plans to submit an application for housing rehabilitation of owner-occupied single-family homes. The grant amount is up to $500,000. So staff is in the process now of working on the application. It is based, they do use a point system to score the applications in order to select the awardees. The application is due January 31st. And all agreements from DCA to the selected awardees are to be done by September 1st, 2024. So we'll find out sometimes over the summer if we are actually awarded the grant. But as a part of the application submission, the city would have to show some form of support of the application from the duly elected body for the city of East Point. So the resolution has been drafted for you all's consideration and signature if approved, which would accompany the application.
For that overview, Ms. Elias, I don't see any lights on, so there's a request to Councilman Mitchell.
So is this, I'm sorry. Thank you. So is this only for East Washington, River Park, and Center Park?
No, actually, so the beauty of this is because we are a GIT community, we do actually get some, Georgia Initiative for Community Housing. We actually graduated in the fall of 2023. It's a 3-year program that is supported by the University of Georgia system in conjunction with the Department of Community Affairs, in which they offer technical support and other support regarding policy initiative development for housing for many of the cities, nonprofits, and counties around the state of Georgia. The city of East Point was selected for the program. As I said, we actually graduated and achieved alumni status as of fall of 2023.
Okay.
So we're automatically certified as alumnus of the program. And we won't have to recertify until 2026. But one of the things we found out as participants as a GIT community, it does afford us a little bit of extra points when it comes to applying for grant applications. And this CHIP grant application is one of the applications which does consider additional points if you are a GIT community. Even though the GIT focus area was East Washington, River Park, and Center Park, this grant can be used to, if awarded, would be open to any owner of a single family home in the city of East Point.
So that would be citywide, correct?
It would be
Okay,
citywide.
thank you.
Councilman Freeman.
So you said the grant award is $500,000.
Yes.
What is the time period for the use of that funding?
Ooh. Let me go back and look. Because I know the awards would be made in September of this year. Then they gave us instructions as to how we would go through our procurement process. And let me follow back up with you to let you know exactly if we're awarded, how much time we have to expend the funds.
Okay. And then you said that the application is due in 2 weeks?
Yes, it's due January 31st.
Okay. Is the feeling that we can pull together a strong application in 2 weeks?
We're trying our very best. We've been working on it. So we're trying our very best to make sure that the narratives that are included in the application are strong narratives. Just say a prayer that we get it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Thank you. And you may or may not be able to answer this question, but is there a certified grant writer on our staff? And whether it is or not, how are you all, is the department banding or joining together to properly submit this grant, or how is that going to work? That's my question.
So as of right now, we do not have a permanent grants manager on staff. So I am working with Shauna Smith, who's in the Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Empowerment as one of the staff members. We're working on the application together. Also working with finance for whatever financial data that's needed for the application. So we're kind of, as staff, working on it ourselves.
A collaborative.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Yeah, just to piggyback off of her, are we looking for a grant writer? 'Cause I do think that is important, or is that like a executive session question, or is that?
No, you can ask that here.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Councilman Mitchell, we are looking for a grants manager. We try to reach out to the previous grants manager, see if we can bring them back, and they kind of declined. We also recently had promoted someone internally who had experience to a grants manager, and I'm assuming that they were already in the process of finding another job. So almost 2 weeks after we got them in, they basically said, I'm going to move on to another location. So we are actively searching for a grants manager and a grants coordinator as well.
There is a request for us to adopt a resolution authorizing the submission of the 2024 Community Home Improvement Program grant application for the Georgia Department of Community Affairs. Is there a motion? Councilmember Freely.
I make a motion that we authorize the submission of the 2024 CHIP grant application to the Georgia Department of Community Affairs.
It's been moved and properly seconded that we approve the resolution authorizing submission of the grant application. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries.
Oh, excuse me, Madam Mayor, I did find it. The funds have to be, all activities have to be completed within 3 years.
So within 3 years, so
Of
if
the
when we're successful in September of this year, we'd have to 2027.
Correct, 3
Okay.
years of the contract date.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to double check the ordinance before asking for this motion to move item 21 to the February 19th. No, 20 is already moved through the amendment, through the adoption of the agenda. I'm asking that item number, I get a motion to approve the moving item number 21 to February 19, 2024.
Madam
Make a
Mayor.
motion to move item 21.
Go ahead, Councilmember.
I'm sorry. A motion to move item 21 to the, what's the date?
February 19th.
To the February 19th agenda.
Second.
Been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Same thing for item number 22.
I'd like to make a motion to move item 22 to the February 19th agenda.
So moved. Is there a second? We seconded. Discussion. The reason I'm moving these is based upon council's decision for item number 20. Then I will need to be I'll have to consider whatever that decision is in the appointment of all committees. So instead of appointing now and then maybe changing later, we'll just do them all at the same time. If it stays the same, we'll do it on the 19th, but that'll give the opportunity to not have so many moving parts. All right, all those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is council election of Mayor Pro Tem for 2024. Is there a nomination?
Amen.
Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Yes. I'd like to make a motion. No. Discussion and possible action.
No motion to
No.
nominate.
A motion to nominate Councilmember Sharon Shropshire for Mayor Pro Tem for 2024.
So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is provisional Mayor Pro Tem for 2024. Is there a
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I would like to make a motion to nominate Star Cummins as provisional mayor.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Okay. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. We are now at comments from council. And if there are any appointments that you'd like to make, you can also make them during this time as well. Councilmember Mitchell.
Yes, I would like to make a motion to appoint Cole Ababo to the Ethics Board.
Who?
Cole Ababio. Sorry.
It's a motion to appoint Koa Babio to the Ethics Board, Ethics Commission. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Discussion. All those in favor?
I have one more, if you don't mind.
Hold on a minute. All those in favor?
Oh, sorry.
Aye.
I need some more, y'all. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion, Councilmember Mitchell, and if you like, can put them all in
I'm
one motion.
sorry.
No, you're
That's
fine.
fine.
No
Okay,
problem.
so I would like to make a motion to appoint Eric Coleman to the Municipal Utility Advisory Board. Eric Coleman, yes.
Do you have any more appointments or is that?
No,
it?
that's it. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Second.
There's a motion to appoint Eric Coleman to the Utility Advisory Board. Councilmember Freely seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Councilmember Mitchell, anything else? Okay. Councilmember Freely.
I'd like to make a motion to, she's already currently serving on the Building and Industrial Development Authority Board, but I'd like to make a motion to continue her in that position, Miss Gloria Speed. Miss Gloria Speed.
There's a motion to appoint Gloria Speed to the Building Industrial Development Authority Board, BIDA. In case I'm getting my acronym wrong right now. Is there a second?
I second it.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? More than that, y'all. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Anything else, Councilmember Freely? Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Yes, I have some announcements to make. All right, I wanted to remind everyone of the Ward D Community Gathering, January 27th at the 4 Point Sheridan, 3520 North Desert Drive from 1 o'clock until 3 o'clock p.m. I look forward to seeing Ward D residents on that day. I also wanted to give a shout out to those graduates who graduated from the Workforce Development Program. I believe the department escapes me. Is that public? That's not Public Works. Water and Sewer Department. I did see it on social media, so I just wanted to say congratulations to the graduates. And then lastly, the Martin Luther King event on yesterday was absolutely extraordinary. Thank you, Councilmember Shropshire. I believe that's the 6th year that has occurred. It was nice. It was nice, and it was really good to see some council members in attendance. Ward D residents did reach out and say that they were grateful, they were thankful, and they are looking forward to next year's event. So kudos to you, Councilmember Shropshire. Thank you.
Councilmember Butler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to, for the ASTA community, to give our deepest sympathies and condolences to former Councilwoman Josette Bailey. Her mother passed away, and we attended her homegoing service. I would like to thank Sergeant Bridges. She's always there when we need her, for always, every event, and for her to drive the hour on her day off to salute a former council person, it shows you how good and how deep your heart is. We thank you so much. In that same spirit, I would like to send my deepest sympathies and condolences to Diane Larche. For those of us who are native to Atlanta, we know that Sister Larche was a part of the National Negro League of Women, a good sorority woman, and just a tremendously hardworking activist in the community. When I heard the word that she passed away, I was just shocked. And everyone I talked to says, I just spoke to her. I just talked to Diane Larche, and she's truly going to be missed. So please keep me, her family, and everyone else's family in your prayers. It's been a tough January thus far. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. I want to say thank you for everybody who first donated to the unhoused. We took it to St. Paul Missionary Church on Sunday, and it was me and the Zetas and the Amikais of the Zetas. We were there, and they said thank you. They appreciated the items, and I will tell you each offline what the items are for, because I don't want to make anyone feel uncomfortable. So I say that, and we stayed for a church service. So, and I'm going to tell you what the sermon was about. Secondly, I want to thank everybody who came out to the 6th annual Martin Luther King Day of service. It was a great turnout, and we had the best time. This year we had Hank Stewart, the poet, who talked about the things that's going on. I want to thank the mayor, Councilmember Martin Rogers, and Councilmember Ziegler for coming through and showing support. One thing that Hank Stewart talked about, and he was, when I tell you he was good, and they're pulling the footage to put it hopefully on the city's Facebook page. But he talked about voter rights suppression and a lot of other things. But the one thing he said that really hit was when he said, you're not divorcing your enemies, you are divorcing the people who remain silent during the time that you were prosecuted or whatever you were going through. And that made me reflect on some things when people remained silent and said nothing when they knew that people were doing you wrong. The pastor talked about keep the fire burning in the church. And the reason why your flame is not burning, because you have to remove some of those dead ashes. So it all tied in together. Once you remove those dead ashes, then your flame can continue to light up. And that's just like what Hank Stewart said. You're not divorcing your enemy. You're divorcing those friends who remained silent. Thank you.
Councilmember Ziegler.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a board appointment to make. I'm going to appoint Dixon Bueno to the Cultural Enrichment Board.
Can you spell the last name for me?
Yep, B-U-E-N-O.
B-U-E-N-O.
Bueno.
Bueno. And first name?
Dixon.
Dixon Bueno. Okay. There's a motion to appoint Dixon Bueno to the Cultural Enrichment Commission. It's been seconded. Any discussion? In favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Anything else?
That's it.
I want to start off by echoing the condolences. I did reach out to former Councilmember Josette Bailey on the transitioning of her mother. So encouraging the community to Pray for peace, strength, and comfort for her and her family during this difficult time. Diane Larche was actually one of my sorority sisters, and she's a member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated and was extremely involved and engaged in community and really transformative in the way that she served and led in a number of different capacities. So that was a shock to all who heard about her transitioning. So prayers for peace, strength, and comfort for her family and friends and our sorority during this difficult time as well. I want to say thank you to everyone who helped out with the MLK Day of Service. Thank you, Councilmember Shropshire, for coordinating again our 6th annual Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service, a day on, not a day off. It was great to come together as a community. Hank Stewart was amazing. I'm still waiting to get that poem, I Accept, because it's really a call to encourage us as a community to work together. It's not just about one of us. It's like this kind of something that we can inspire others. Like, do you accept? Basically, are you willing to work with us? Are we willing to work to have the community that values everyone, a community where everyone is respected and loved, and where we ensure that we grow in a way that leaves no one behind. So that was a great event. Thank you to everyone. There's so many people in different organizations. I don't even want to start naming because I did that on Saturday and I forgot some, and then I had to go back. So I also want to thank you so much to everyone who donated to the Back to School 2.0 refresh drive. From corporations to residents of East Point, there were so many people who actually provided. We had probably about 150 or so clear backpacks, about 500 regular backpacks, and then we had the composition notebooks, paper, like boxes for each of the our schools. So thank you so much for helping us ensure that as our students and teachers start this new semester, that we'll be able to bridge those gaps for students who may be in need, and to help teachers with supplies during this semester as they look to finish the year or work to finish the year. Want to remind everyone that we will have our 2nd annual Vision Board Social on Saturday, January 27th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. It's being sponsored by SA Recycling. We will be at the City Annex again on January 27th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. If you have been trying to figure out what you want to do with those old magazines you have, don't throw them away. Please bring them to City Hall and leave them. You can leave them at the front desk. We will make sure we get them. Or you can call our office 404-270-7091, 404-270-7091, or email mayor@eastpointcity.org, mayor@eastpointcity.org, and we will come get them from you. So we want to make sure that we provide all of the supplies. So we'll have the magazines. There's also an online resource we use. We provide the poster board, the glue. Literally all you do is just come, socialize, and fellowship. And we will also provide lunch. So again, that's Saturday, January 27th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. And lastly, I really, really want to say a big thank you to U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, for the Brownfield grant that we were awarded. We are the only city in the state of Georgia and the only city in the southeast region of the United States that received this grant. And this Brownfield Workforce Development Grant enabled us to train people in our community for jobs in the environmental sciences field, like that is pandemic proof. We'll always need somebody in that field. And for them to be able to make livable wages. And at the graduation, this was our largest graduation. I believe this was the 3rd cohort, if I'm not mistaken. We had 9 graduates this time, and then we had graduates in the 2 previous cohorts. The great news is that 4 of the graduates, I think 1 from this cohort and maybe 3 from previous, are already working in the city of East Point. And then not only are they helping to place them in the city of East Point, they also have relationships with College Park, Hateville, and other places to get people placed in jobs after they receive their training, and they walk away with certificates of already achieving certificates that they will be able to use in this field. So Olga, Ms. Olga was very instrumental in this, and I said to her, we look forward to being able to continue and receiving additional grant funds. And so Melissa Echevarria in the Water and Sewer Department, and Jasmine, forget Jasmine's last name, she was a project coordinator. They did an amazing job. And they talked about, as we look at these workforce development programs, that we also need to make sure and advocate for the social services side, because there were people who needed transportation. And thanks to our relationship with MARTA, we were able to get some MARTA cards for them to be able to get to and from training. There were people who had daycare challenges, right? So like, as we think of this, or as we apply for these opportunities, to really advocate to ensure that we're able to help people who want to be trained and skilled to be able to do so without the barriers that might exist. So thank you, thank you, thank you. We now are at executive session. Mr. Reeves, do you have any executive session items?
No, ma'am.
Attorney Weems, do you have any executive session items?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you have?
3 litigation.
Any executive session from staff? I have 2 litigation. Any other? Yeah, that's 5. Councilmember Freely.
I have 1 personnel.
So it's 2 personnel, 5 litigation. Anyone else have anything? 3 personnel, 5 litigation. Anyone else have anything?
Yes, Madam Mayor, may I make a announcement too, an additional announcement?
Do you have?
No, ma'am.
So let me, okay, so we are doing that part. Go ahead with comments.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor. Just want to let the public know, just in case I don't come back after executive session, I'll be going home to attend to family business. Thank you very much.
All right, we have 5 legal and 3 personnel for executive session. Anyone else? Can I get a motion to recess into executive session for 5 legal and 3 personnel?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember
I'd like
Shropshire.
to make a motion that we recess into executive session for 5 legal and 3 personnel.
So it's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? We're in recess. Can I get a motion to reconvene, Councilwoman Shropshire?
Motion to reconvene.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. In the matter of Kendall Hollis et al. Versus City of East Point, can you get a motion to proceed as discussed in executive session?
Motion to proceed as discussed in executive session.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Councilwoman Shropshire.
Thank you. Motion to direct the city, direct the mayor to contact GMA on an independent investigation into the claims filed by Josette Bailey.
Authorize the mayor to reach out to GMA for investigators to conduct the independent investigation into the claim filed by Josette Bailey. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Get a motion to approve executive session meeting minutes.
Motion to approve executive session meeting minutes.
Moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Good night, East Pointers.